We acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is traditional unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq First Nation. Call to order. Okay. Just want to say that the other night there at the Eastlink Centre, Ontario against Saskatchewan, quite a game. Full house. Councillor Matart, what, 4,000 spectators? It was just quite a game. 2 periods overtime there, Councillor Beck? 1.5. 90 minutes of play. And the Ringette team, I was there in the afternoon. They tied it and then went overtime and did win against Saskatchewan. So great. It was a great day overall for events. Declarations of conflict of interest. Any declarations? Okay. Approval of agenda. Moved by Councillor Beck. Second by Councillor Matart. All those in favor? Okay. Discussion items A and B. A, new business resolution. Do you want to bring that up there, Sue? Please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by Councillor Justin Matart, seconded by Deputy Mayor Alana Yankoff. Be it resolved that the attached resolution dated February 21st, 2023, appointing the new Chief Administrative Officer for the City Corporation be rescinded as it was not in accordance with Section 86.6, majority vote of the Municipal Government Act of PEI, and that the City of Charlottetown appoint Ms. Eleanor Mohammed as the Chief Administrative Officer for the City Corporation effective April 3rd, 2023, as per the terms and conditions as set out in the employment contract.
Question? Councillor Tweel, just 1 second.
So what I'm looking for here is we're going to rescind this resolution because it wasn't in accordance with Section 86.6 in the Government Municipal Act, majority vote. Would someone please define for me, with the mayor and 10 councillors, what is the majority vote?
Good question, Councillor Tweel. If you go back to May, when we dismissed Mr. Kelly, their CAO, council, the definition of council is mayor and council. We only have one vote as a council, and that has to include all 10 councillors plus the mayor. And we did receive a call from Municipal Affairs after the vote was taken last week that it has to adhere to Section 86.6 of the MGA to verify the vote. And it requires 2/3, so that we do have 10 of us here, plus myself 11, so 2/3 of 11 is 8, similar to what happened in May with our former CAO, if you recall.
So it is 2/3 is defined as the 10 councillors plus the mayor voting.
Correct.
Pardon me?
Just for the CAO.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's the only
Yeah.
vote.
So it's 10 plus the mayor, and as the mayor pointed out, when the council voted to dismiss Mr. Kelly and to award that package,
Free.
it was 8-3.
Yeah.
So that's the only time, or that's a true definition of a majority vote. Majority vote, when we're talking the section 86.6, right? So it does require the mayor to vote. That's essential, and it's imperative that the mayor votes when we're functioning under that section 86.6. That's when the mayor votes, correct?
Only time.
Pardon me?
The only time.
Okay, so does the mayor vote when it comes to the releasing of the forensic audit?
No.
So he doesn't have to vote?
No. that's when it goes back to another section in the MGA, which I'm trying to look up here right now. It's also in our procedural bylaw that the mayor in any of the 59 municipalities in Prince Edward Island only breaks the tie. But in this issue or in this on this matter, the hiring or the suspending of the CAO, all of council votes, 10 councillors if there are 10, 8 if there are 8, plus the mayor. Only time.
Okay, no, I just want to make it clear.
Yep.
So again, it's section 86.6
86.6. Yeah. In the MGA,
in the MGA, right?
Municipal Government Act of Prince
Right.
Edward Island.
Yeah, I don't have the section in front of me.
Yeah. Okay. Questions called? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Kevin, Scott, excuse me, Councilor Ramsey, yay or nay?
Yay.
Okay, all those, oh, sorry, I'm for it too, Sue, just put my name down there. All those against? Councilor Duran and Councilor Twill. Okay. Good, so we go to the next agenda item, and we have presenters here from the Charlottetown Harbor Authority. We have our city rep, Donnie Love. Is that right, Donnie? You have
Excuse me, may I interrupt?
Councilor Ramsey, what's that?
I just thought we're going to vote for, like, once we rescind this, the first one, are we not going to vote again?
It's all in one package. It was all in one vote.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mike Cochran is the CEO of the Charlottetown Harbor Authority. And Mike, I think you know, and also Donnie, you know most of the councillors here. Their name tags are on their desks, so we might as well just start right away. And then could we just leave it until the presentation's made for any questions? Is that okay? So just so that, Michael, to allow the other Donna Waddell, our interim CAO, Councillor Ramsey, to hear what's going on, you have to have the mic on.
Okay.
And it is, thank you, it is an open meeting, so it's live at 5.
Thank
you.
you,
Go ahead.
Your Worship. Again, my name is Mike Cochran. I'm the CEO of the Charlottetown Harbor Authority, and I'm here with our liaison of the City of Charlottetown, who sits on our board, Mr. Don Love, a local resident and very enthusiastic board member. So first of all, I want to offer congratulations to the new council members, Councillor Muttart, McAleer, and Beck. This is my first time presenting to council with you present, so it's a little bit of a privilege for me to kind of bring you up to speed and educate you on Port Charlottetown. We operate as Port Charlottetown under our brand. Our incorporated name is the Charlottetown Harbor Authority, and I'm looking to see if I can get my presentation on the screen. It was there.
And Mr. Cochran, another new councillor is Councillor Trevor McKinnon from Ward 8.
And sorry, Councillor
That's all
Trevor
right.
McKinnon. Sorry about that. My
He's
apologies.
a low-profile guy.
I noticed he was absent, and then I looked, and he was sitting in the chair there when I first came in. So there we go. Great.
There's your report.
So I may draw your attention to the screens, and you look at what you'll see here is our main slide. So this is a result of a $12 million berth expansion that was completed, basically put in operation in 2022 after 2 years of the pandemic, where we saw zero revenue and zero cruise ships into PEI and zero economic impact in 2019 and 2020, or 2020, 21. And 2022, we were very happily engaged in welcoming crews back to our port. So this is just kind of an image from the Delta, two ships with the, sorry.
Okay, just one second. No, I know. Councillor Ramsey or Ms. Waddell, someone has their mic on. You just
I get another commitment, Your Worship, so I got to leave.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
So for your education, this is a little bit of a Cruise Matters campaign that we've been engaging on for the last year to kind of welcome back crews into our community. And we point to the last economic impact we did was in 2019 from our largest season. And at that time, we represented a $42.2 million impact to the economy of PEI and Charlottetown and surrounding areas, generating about 294 jobs, 11.6 million in wages, and 3.4 million in business and income tax. And a lot of people question me on the street and they ask, you know, what is that made up of in terms of the average person that comes into PEI? Well, the average spend on a per passenger that is calculated by the Cruise Lines International Association, it translates to about $104 a passenger who comes to PEI. And the other aspect we notice is that crew, when crew come into PEI too, which is kind of the hidden number, they spend about an average of $81 per person. And that is kind of a total calculated number from provisioning services, direct and or direct spend from all the business that are calculated into that number. So it's a pretty significant impact from our perspective.
Have you ended?
Is that the weather report from Florida? Councilor Ramsey, you still on there?
Yes, I'm trying to get off my phone, Your Worship.
Yeah. Just throw the phone in the water.
So I'll continue with in 2023. This is our season that is shaping up to be this year. We're going to be welcoming 91 cruise vessels into our harbor with a passenger crew count of over 210,000. And that's a pretty significant growth, close to 23% growth over our scheduled arrivals in 22, and showing a close to 65% over our 2022 actual arrivals, and that was primarily due to Hurricane Fiona. Our passenger count is in excess of 150,000 people in 2023, and we're seeing about a 40% increase over the 2022 passenger counts. And the actual arrivals, again, you'll see a major percentage there, close to 140% over 2022 because of Hurricane Fiona, where we saw close to about 60,000. And this year with 150, it's pretty significant. We will, as a result of our efforts and our staff marketing department, you will notice that we have 8 inaugural visits. Those are new ships coming from some of the lines that we do see, but also new lines that are coming in. In 2022, we welcomed the first vessel back in Atlantic Canada on April the 22nd. It was an inaugural call from the Viking Octanus. And that was the first time Viking entered into Prince Edward Island. And this year, they're sending another vessel. They were so happy with the response that they received. On May the 19th, the Viking Polaris will be arriving. So that'll be another inaugural visit, and we look forward to welcome the city there. September 18th, we will see the Norwegian Sky, which is part of Norwegian Cruise Lines. They're sending a vessel to Charlottetown, as well as the Silver Shadow, which is a luxury cruise liner. The 9th, we'll welcome another call, Norwegian Bliss, part of Norwegian Cruise Lines, and then Viking Lines again with the new Viking Mars and their Europa will be coming on October the 1st. The 15th, the Viking Star, and on October 23rd, we have a luxury, kind of a massive super yacht called Le Below. Overnight, which is an area we've been increasing on, you'll see we have 3 overnight visits, the Pearl Mist on May the 17th and the 18th and October the 8th, and as well the 31st with the Silver Shadow. So those are starting to see a little bit of a trend. When you see inaugural calls of either ships from lines that visit your region or actually new lines, that means you're doing something right. It means they see value in coming to Charlottetown. They see value in bringing new experiences to their passengers when they redeploy and offering that opportunity. So I want to put it in perspective here. I put up a little chart. This is kind of the circuit of the Cruise Canada New England. And if you can look to the map first before I'll get into the bullets in a minute. But if you see down in the lower left-hand corner, you will see the Port of New York, and then traveling north to the Port of Boston. Those are the 2 primary home ports that we receive calls from. They would embark on their itinerary and head north towards either Portland, Bar Harbor primarily, and then Port of St. John, swing around to Halifax, travel what we refer to as kind of the Marine Trans-Canada Highway, and head up the north side to hit Halifax and then to Sydney. And typically you would then you would have to come around the loop 225 nautical miles from Sydney into Charlottetown. And then you have to travel 225 nautical miles back out in order to get on the main marine TCH. So that's to put it in time perspective, that's a 12 to 14 hour steam from the Port of Sydney to the Port of Charlottetown to get in here. So what that really means to Prince Edward Island is that we are an easy port to miss. Okay, so the Trans-Canada Highway would continue from the Port of Sydney, and it would go all the way up to the St. Lawrence River and head towards the Port of Quebec, which is another turnaround port, and then into Montreal if they can get underneath the Champlain Bridge. And then the circuit would start over, and then it would turn around in Quebec or Montreal and then come back and head back towards Boston or New York City. And those would be considered a 14-day itinerary. Now, there's various itineraries, 3 to 5 days that would go from Boston or New York to St. John or Halifax, but where Charlottetown comes into play is on the 7 to 10-day itineraries. So you will see a lot of travel from Boston and New York that would hit all those Halifax, St. John, Portland, Bar Harbor, Sydney, and then come to Charlottetown. But it takes an extra 12 to 24 hours, 2 days on an itinerary to get here, and an extra close to 450 nautical miles of fuel burning in order to get into Charlottetown. So that's why we have to work extra harder in order to get them here. So geographically, we're disadvantaged. I talked about the nautical miles distance in and out. It adds 24 hours travel time. And it affects about 7 to 10-day itinerary plannings. And we must be, what we market is that our competitive advantage, we have to be, when we're operating in a region for cruise lines, we have to be better than most because we're geographically disadvantaged. It means our rates have to be more cheaper. We have to have a better service. We have a great tourism product, and we have many shore excursion offerings in PEI. It is a gem. And what we work very hard to be is to explain that to the rest of the world. You know, and we feel that we over-deliver in that promise, to be honest with you, when they get here, but that maintains our port ratings very high. But it is still an easy port to miss. We do get wind calls. You know, if there's a problem with schedule, then Charlottetown will get bumped off that schedule because of timing. Whale calls is another one. Sorry, let me go back here. Oops, how do I go back? Whale calls, I don't have the slide for the whales, but we have been severely impacted by the North Atlantic right whales, if you may or may not be known. They have what's referred to as a dynamic shipping lane that goes between the point of Sydney to basically just off the tip of southwest Newfoundland, Port aux Basques, and remains in place until you enter the St. Lawrence River. And that really impacts schedules. Cruise lines operate at about 20 knots of steam. That's their preferred speed. And the whale zones, when implemented, go down to 11. And when you go, you're basically almost cutting your speed in half. That means your schedules get impacted on your next port of call because you have a berth assignment at a home port in either Boston, New York, or Quebec City that you have to make. So if the whale zone gets tripped, like a light switch, where there is an identification of a whale in that zone, then the speed restrictions go into place. And if you're calling on Charlottetown, you're going to lose time and you lose that call. So this is more of an education session for a lot of people, but you know, you realize that we are a cruise port, which is, you know, our main revenue driver, but we also own and operate a pipeline. 98% of our petroleum products from Irving Oil come into PEI, enters through the port, and they support all of PEI. Okay, so the pipeline goes from the port. People may not know that, along Waterside Drive and over through the Irving Tank Farm. And then it gets mixed with various products and then transferred out to the remainder of PEI. For our other commercial users, which are local road builders, you know, with sand, stone, and gravel, are imported to the port, supporting local road builders with the city and the province as the primary users in the more populous areas. The other ports are supported with commercial operations too, such as Georgetown, Surrey, Summerside as well, depending on where the tenders are going out at a particular day. And fertilizer for an agricultural community is welcome into our port as well, and that typically is through Cavendish, Cavendish Agri, which is just off of Riverside Drive. So we will welcome in ships from Russia, Ukraine, southern United States, typically in November and October, that will bring in the majority of fertilizer for the receiver here, and they will also transport to Summerside. So one thing that people don't necessarily understand is that PEI for Port Charlottetown, it's a critical piece of infrastructure. It's really designated as a critical piece of infrastructure, just like Confederation Bridge, because of that reliance on those types of products. Port investment, since the port was divested in 2007, they've embarked on, two major expansions, one in 2007 and the second one was in 2020 we embarked on. We've increased it now that we can accept, 2 large cruise ship vessels, and we still maintain our commercial operations. We own and operate the pipeline to the tank farm. We've enhanced our Seaport Cruise Terminal area, and if you haven't been down around for the Canada Games, I would encourage you to drop by and see some of the destination development that we've been working on over the last number of years through Founders Food Hall and Market and the Seaport, how to connect the dots together to make it more of an attraction zone for the community and the city of Charlottetown. Other enhancements we've worked on, boardwalk enhancements around our port zone in collaboration with the city and CEDC over recently, and we invest a lot of things back into the community. Founders Hall was a big one for us. We acquired the building in 2018. We saw an opportunity there to look at a building that was kind of sitting empty on the waterfront, and we thought it would make a nice attraction zone. It's taken a couple of years to get there, for sure. And we opened Founders Food Hall and Market in 2019, and basically it's a support infrastructure from our end for local entrepreneurs in the community. The COVID has been difficult, but since we've turned the page on COVID now, it's really turning into something special, there's no question. So I invite you all to come down. So some of the community signature events, these are one of the areas that we've been kind of diving into, and you'll notice, since the rebound for this year, restarting tourism and restarting cruise is very key for us. We've been involved with various signature events. So the Charlottetown Busker Festival, we've done it now 2 years in a row in COVID at Founders. One major program we did over the wintertime was Deck the Hall program at Christmas, which is three weeks of continual programming and culinary offerings down at Founders Food Hall. It was fantastically, and we ended off in a collaboration with the city of Charlottetown on the Capital City New Year's, where we hosted we hosted some major bands, and you can see some of the images there that showed we feel it was around estimated about 10,000 people down around the waterfront zone enjoyed the fireworks, and it was fantastic. And now one of the other areas that we've been involved with is support infrastructure for the Canada Games to become the Illumination Festival down in the Seaport waterfront. But what I think what I'm trying to build upon here is that, Port Charlottetown is it's a critical piece of infrastructure, not just for petroleum, aggregate, fertilizer, sand, stone, tourism. I think what I'm getting at is that the reinvestment of what we do, we are a nonprofit organization, and everything that we do gets reinvested back into our community. And it supports our community, it supports your citizens, it supports the province. And I think that investment is I'm hoping it's getting to be more and more known, and it's something that we're actively pursuing on. So I know in the past, I'm going to go to my next slide. This is kind of the request that we're coming to you today with. This is kind of a property tax summary. We are the only port in Charlottetown, I will tell you that, that's for sure. Everybody's broadly aware. And our property tax summary for us is broken down on the slide, as you see. We, a total of about $213,000 annually that we pay in property taxes. Our total municipal is broken down into $92,000 and close to $27,000 for a total of $118,000. From our perspective, what we would request from the city is a grant in lieu of taxes to become for Port Charlottetown to help us in those initiatives to keep growing our international marketing efforts. One of the projects that we are continually working on right now is an electrification project for shore power to make it more attractive for cruise lines to come into Charlottetown. That's a major project that we're looking into, engaging on a feasibility study hopefully very shortly. and that's a big ticket item. And then for the other thing that which we continually do is invest to make our commercial port a multifaceted port and make it ease of use for all users. And these are not insignificant items. We have to be at a presence on a worldwide stage, from Hamburg, Germany, to Miami, Florida, to the Caribbean. And it sounds very attractive, and I can tell you that all you see is the sun from the car to the boardroom, and then the flight out. But these are very expensive endeavors that we embark on in order to try to bring the support of the cruise industry back to PEI, and we want to continue to do that. So our request is as stated, $118,000 for a grant in lieu of taxes. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm open to any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Twill.
Thank you for your presentation. Can we get a copy of your presentation as well, please? Like you talked earlier about the number of jobs, the spin-offs, 294 jobs. Can you give me an indication of what those jobs consist of?
Absolutely. So that would be total. That would be from areas such as agents, vendors, bus drivers, shore excursion providers, tour guides, stevedores, pilots. I could go on and on, but that's just to put it in immediately direct terms.
You mentioned the type of aggregate that comes into the harbor. Over the years, it's no secret we've heard of, some people would like to see the aggregate being shipped into another part of the province. I'm not sure if that's feasible or if it is. But if, from a hypothetical situation, if the aggregate wasn't shipped in to this particular port, what other opportunities would there be to expand the port and truly make it a people's port? Have you ever thought about that, or has the Port Authority ever looked into that?
I'm not sure what you refer to as a people's port. What I could tell you is that, community engagement is big for us. We've looked at a number of different opportunities that are to try to decrease the cost of goods and services that are coming into PEI. We've looked at short sea shipping for one. We've also looked at, if you go to other ports in and around Atlantic Canada, they are a 24-hour operation. There is a bit of containerization that is on the go. That's one area that we were looking into. In terms of our commercial product delivery, it's user demand. It's based on tendering, it's based on work. It depends on where, your roads are being built. The aggregate that comes into Charlottetown does go to other ports around the province. But it's not, we do not control where the aggregate goes as a port. That is based on private industry. So it is up to wherever they need it. It's a supply and demand. So we're just basically a throughput. And I think people sometimes misunderstand that. We're just a vehicle of throughput. That's all we are.
Okay,
I hope, did I answer your question? I'm not sure. Yeah. People's port, I'm not sure what your definition of that would be.
No, Councillor we'll just come back because Bernard, McAleer, then
Yeah, I know,
you're
but
back.
I just
I
want
know
to
you can
finish
follow
up.
Just
What I mean, Mike, is moving away from industry and truly making it more, it could be paralleling what we see in the other part of the waterfront, make it more, when I say a people's port, it could be anything from boating, yachting, it could be anything, the service industry, that kind of dynamic as opposed to industrial. That's what I mean by that.
Yeah, I think I can answer that, to be honest. Sorry, I just wasn't quite sure where you were going with that one.
Yeah.
We've been looking at a couple of different concept plans. I mean, super yachting for us and marine boating is an area for us, is booming business. But I will tell you this, that marine infrastructure is very expensive to maintain. very expensive to maintain. And when we go look at developments, we look at it from a community lens first and foremost. We don't make decisions lightly in terms of industrial operations or cruise operations or Port Pacific operations. We look at it as, you know, how does it impact our community stakeholders first? How can we benefit the community? How can we benefit the waterfront? And I think everything that we've done to date really points towards that people's port direction that you referred to, Mitch, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Longer term visions, there are other things that, you know, ourselves and our board have concepts on to look at furthering that sort of development. And I think it's there, but it takes a lot of investment and a lot of infrastructure in order to make that come to life. But it's still something that it's on our table.
Okay.
Councilor Bernard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mike, I'm just wondering, on the tax deferral, two questions. One, is that forever and a day, or are you looking for a certain time frame? And second question is, have you approached the province on their section of the tax deferral? And if you did, what did they say?
So the first part of your question is, forever and a day would be fantastic. To be honest with you, we are a nonprofit organization, and everything that we do in terms of generating revenue goes back into enhancing our infrastructure, to Mitch's point about people's support and doing things like, everything we do goes back into that. So from our perspective, helping us draw more and increase those benefits to the community, that's what we're about. That's what Port Charlottetown is. Okay, we have a very engaged board of directors that deliver that. So that's the first part. In terms of what the province are, we're in discussions with the province right now in terms of tax relief. Yeah, so, you know, they're engaged in that discussion 100%. I do, but I don't know if I can disclose what that is right now. That's all. Yeah.
Councilor McAleer.
Mike, just new to council and some of the relationships that the city has with some of the partners, and just wondering with the Port Authority and CADC's mandate, like what's the? I'm assuming there's collaboration and some back and forth, like with projects in the waterfront and the mandates that you each have.
Yeah, I think from our perspective, from Port Charlottetown, you know, waterfronts are. You know, CDC would say the same thing, right? We're both in line about an attractive waterfront. We're in the wharf business. That's our primary motivator, is wharf business. And if our wharf business can help generate waterfront development with CADC, that's an obvious alignment that, you know, we're always in conversation on. So we have engaged stakeholders on both sides of the table of how we can move it forward. So I think it's both to our benefit, to be honest with you, but we're in the wharf business, and the wharf business comes with waterfront areas. So we'd like to see more of that.
Councilor Beck.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mike and Donnie. I just want to get back. I'm not sure whether I heard the answer to the question, because I had the same question as Terry. You mentioned that you'd love to have it in perpetuity or year over year. Are you asking right now for like this year alone, right now?
From our perspective as a non-profit organization, we'd like to see a tax grant in perpetuity from the Charlottetown Harbour Authority perspective to help us continue to develop those areas that we're doing. Now, certainly, if there's a conversation that would like to be had, we're open and engaged to any conversation.
Okay. I just had one other follow-up question.
Go ahead, Councilor Beck.
So you were mentioning something about, so if we were to provide this LU, our tax deferral LU grant, whatever we want to call it, that money would be reallocated or used for what purpose? Or how would that come back and benefit the Port Authority or benefit Charlottetown as a whole? I think you mentioned it, but I just want to make sure, just in case.
So my biggest answer to that would be increasing our national marketing efforts. To be honest with you, every trade show that we go to is a cost of about $15,000 or $20,000. We had to attend multiple events in the run of a year in order to make that. We had to be in the marketplace. So you could see $120,000 investment would go very quickly attending multiple trade shows and run it here. And we're increasing our international marketing because we have so many regulations with North Atlantic right whales, Transport Canada regulations on sustainability, environmental footprint that are coming down the pipe that we had to be in marketplace. We have to be there in order to explain these measures. If we don't explain these measures of the regulations that we have to abide by, it gets to be very challenging and people forget, especially when you're at a geographic disadvantage. So that is the primary one that we're working on. The second one in our background that we're working on right now is electrification, and that is shore power. Shore power for us is the cruise lines get driven by what's referred to as a carbon intensity indicator that will come into play in 2025. And that is a shift to be net zero by 2050. In order to be net zero by 2050, ports have to provide some level of electrification. Electrification is basically when a vessel comes alongside, you're plugging in so you're not emitting carbon emissions at port while you're in. And that is a sustainability plan that we're working on from Port Charlottetown to be a greener port, provide that service as we grow. But that is a major piece of infrastructure, and we're looking at a feasibility right now study with a comp to move that forward. But that is the first step. And we're talking, it's likely a multi-year, multi-phase project. Multi-million-dollar project. Is that
No, that's good.
That's good? Thank
That's,
you.
that's what I was looking for.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Twill.
I was intrigued when you talked about the inaugural visits. You had that appended 8. And I was even more intrigued when you talked about overnight visits. I think this will be the first time ever, 3 that you mentioned. I think that would certainly be much more beneficial in terms of the economic spin-offs to our local businesses here in the city of Charlottetown. What else can be done to entice and encourage more overnight visits so that our business community can take advantage of those, potential economic spin-offs?
So I'm really glad you asked that question, Mitch, because I have some great answers for you. So we have been working on a couple of things. One is called an overland visit. Okay, so an overland visit would be we had a familiarization tour with Silver Sea Cruises back here in June where we welcomed 2 cruise executives in here to the province and showed them around. They came back to us and they said, we'd like to increase our presence in Prince Edward Island. I said, that would be great. However, we'd like to do an overland visit first. And I said, well, what's an overland visit? An overland visit, it was the cruise ships goes to St. John's, Newfoundland. Then they send all their passengers via air to Prince Edward Island to spend a few days in Prince Edward Island. Then the cruise ship goes to Halifax, Nova Scotia, and then they travel by bus to Halifax, Nova Scotia. So there is no direct benefit to the port as a result of this. However, there is a direct benefit to the province of PEI to welcome these guests on an extended stay. That is one example. And that'll be happening in, I think, 24, 25, if my memory strikes me, but it's coming up. And the other destination that I'm looking at, there's another market segment that we're looking into, perhaps as a winter tourism product. And there are a lot of cruises that go to the Antarctic in the wintertime. And we're looking at winter destination products too as well. That could be a January, February, March timeframe, so don't be surprised in the next couple of years. And there are a couple of other conversations that I cannot get into publicly at this particular point because they're still at confidential nature, but it would have a tremendous impact into the Charlottetown region.
Okay, great questions. And I know we're getting the signals from some councillors and our CAO. Michael, just on the tax in perpetuity, we have to review the tax incentives every year. And as for aggregate coming into this city, I know there's some paving companies that depend on that aggregate, so does the fertilizer. So if it doesn't come in here, does it come into Georgetown or Summerside?
It depends on the areas. If it was not available here, it would have to go to somewhere else in order to get it in. If you had to bring in aggregate If the port's not available to bring it into the areas that you required it, it's going to add about $12 to $14 per ton price to truck it in from quarries in Nova Scotia over the bridge, adding both carbon footprint, more emissions into the air. It's going to add more work onto your roads because you're going to have heavier tractor trailers driving those roads, bringing in the amount of aggregate we can bring in on a Laker into Charlottetown to service that demand. It is the most net zero, I won't say it's net zero, but it's the most carbon reduction footprint area. Shipping is the way to do it. No question about it. I know there's always some challenges with aggregate, there's no question, but this is the aggregate that supports your communities. Their local receivers build your roads, they build your schools, they build your foundations, they build your parks, and it is a requirement. And that are what ports are built for. They're built for containerization, they're built for cargo, they're built for cruise. In Charlottetown, we have the luxury of being all of those, plus a pipeline. So it's a pretty critical piece of infrastructure for the province of PEI and Charlottetown in general, and you have it within steps of your downtown. And I just, I speak rather passionately about it because it is. We should look at it as a passion. We are blessed to have this port in Charlottetown.
Yes, we are. It's one of the gateways into the city. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Donnie. Mr. Donlove. Now we'll go on to our next. If you don't, could you make sure that report is sent to Sue? You do have it. Okay. One more question.
I just wondered if we do consider this and we need it, your audit financial statements, is that a problem to get them?
Absolutely no problem.
Right on.
Thank you kindly. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. So our next presenter is Mr. Steve Bellamy from the Confederation Center of the Arts. Steve is the esteemed CEO. Do you want to sit up there, Steve? Is that okay? Yeah, do you have is our technician still here? Or? Should be an easy plug in. Okay. And Steve, is it just you?
It is today, yeah. Our board chair was going to be with me, but he had to be out of town.
Okay. You're all right. You're not in conflict. So just when you get going there, Steve, as I said, the councillors here, that their name tags are there. 4 new councillors, Matart, McAleer, Beck, and McKinnon, and the others are re-elected councillors. Do you, okay, he's ready to go? Sue, as interim CAO, Deputy Mayor Yankoff is our rep on the Confederation Center of the Board of Directors. I know that you're on the, do you have a voting, does our rep have a voting rights? I don't think Councillor Duffy was in conflict before. No. Okay, thank you. Just good to clarify it. Thank you for clarifying it. Could have come up later. He's just setting you up there now. And you just hit the button.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I do, if that's easier. Yep.
There are sandwiches in the kitchen if you want a sandwich. And there's, what? Well, I know, but we're going to be here for a while. Steve, did you put the USB in? Did you try it? Did you put your
I
USB
gave it
in?
to
Or he's
them.
got it?
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Give us one
Yep,
minute.
sure.
Steve, do you mind going ahead and?
Whenever you're ready,
You're
yep.
good? Can we start
Okay,
now?
sure. Thank you, Your Worship.
So we'll just get an introduction here.
Sure. Thanks very much for your time, everyone. And I'll echo Mike's congratulations to the new councillors. It's been a while since I've been in this room, so great to see you and to work with you. I'd like to do a very brief familiarization with the centre, but then dive right into what is our biggest capital infrastructure project since we opened in 1964, with, of course, the movement of the library across the street, which is wonderful to have, and we're looking forward to building on that. Just a little bit about the centre in terms of our impact. The results of a third-party study, just to talk about the centre's importance to Charlottetown, more broadly to Prince Edward Island, from both a cultural experience, but also understanding Canada's history and sharing contemporary arts and culture. So we like to think of ourselves as a bit of a gateway that we get to bring larger productions, art gallery exhibitions from elsewhere and the rest of Canada to Prince Edward Island, but we also get to be a stage for islanders to be on for visitors from around the world. Certainly on the local community front, our arts education and heritage programs do the most for serving the community in terms of both youth programming and adult programming. And then, of course, we're well known for the theaters and the art gallery. In terms of economic impact, similar numbers to our friends at the port, or rather similar categories. The study showed that we have 403 full-time equivalent jobs that we create annually, 16.9 million in labor income. We have a $27 million GDP impact per year on Prince Edward Island, and generate 6.4 million in tax revenue, which is, I believe, pretty evenly split between provincial and federal tax revenue. The centre has been going through a number of changes in the past few years. We look like a different place than we did even just a decade ago. New communities are embracing the centre than had in the past. We have great relationships with the two First Nations in terms of storytelling, and newcomers are really, especially embracing our arts education and heritage programming. There's a lot of stories to tell at the centre, and we're doing our best to tell as many of those stories as possible. A couple of years ago, we went through a bit of a research into our identity as a national arts centre. It's no secret that we have fallen off the radar of a lot of Canada. The centre was built by every Canadian. It was, every province contributed 15 cents per capita. The feds matched it. So for 30 cents per Canadian, that's actually how it was built. At the time, that was about $5 million. But, it was built, every province contributed at one time, and there was a national focus to the centre. Over the decades, we have to admit that as you travel across the country, awareness of the centre has fallen off. And we're desperate to reconnect with the rest of the country in addition to doing right by Prince Edward Island. So we hired Gail Lord, who is considered among the best in the world at
cultural institution development work. She does strategy with the Louvre, with the MoMA, with large arts organizations around the world. She worked with our board for a number of months and with us on our national identity. And where we landed was that, and the board passed last summer, that Confederation Center's opportunity, while we were built as a monument to the Charlottetown Conference and the Fathers of Confederation, and that's a historic fact we're proud of, and that won't change, that doesn't have to be our role in an ongoing, evolving Canada. So our role is now that we facilitate the interpretation of Confederation. We facilitate the interpretation of an evolving country through the arts, through events like the Simons Medal Lecture, and so on. So as we looked, when we found out years ago that the library was going to move, this is transformative, of course, for the center. It's a third of our footprint. It's about 30,000 square feet, extremely important space to the city of Charlottetown, and wanting to make sure that we complement what happens in the library and what's going on next door with the new programming by Parks at Province House. I'm just going to fly very quickly through this, but I'll send you to it because it goes all the way back to 2018-19 when we found out that library was moving for sure. So we started down the path of what should we do in that space. We did a space needs assessment to make sure that we used the opportunity to address any long-standing issues at the center, because there were many in a 5 decades old building. We got consultation across the country with partners. We've met a number of times with the Mi'kmaq Confederacy and Ulnuwe. Certainly went through department by department to figure out space needs internally. In October of 2019, we held a public town hall, wondering what we should do in the center. We did have representation. We made a point to invite members of the culture sector. Later that month, when Senator Murray Sinclair was here to receive the Simons Medal, we had a separate special meeting with him to get his advice on how we could best respond to the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We hosted a meeting here with the then Minister of Canadian Heritage, Stephen Guilbeault. We took the staff feedback and public feedback, and we created an RFP for design. We had a robust process. We had 10 applicants. The winners were Abbott Brown Architects out of Halifax, and we've been working with them ever since. I was here presenting with a colleague in 2020 on just some of those early needs that we had discovered about some of the plans for the space, but we also wanted to see the library renovation through to make sure we were complementing and not duplicating what was going on in that space. And that's turned out to be a great success, the library space. So we're very, very relieved they didn't go far. Leading up to where we are now, we had a number of specific issues. We had meetings related to that loading dock off Victoria Row, which has been a challenge for a long time. The outcome of those meetings were that we should rotate at 90 degrees and get off Queen Street instead of off Victoria Row. And then we started meeting with senators, with MPs, and created a case for support. Knowing that this would be in the tens of millions, we had to design a process to engage all levels of government. I will say it's been a challenge to get even Class D estimates on a project this large that have remained constant, but we are where we are today, and we have good estimates that take increases into account. We did a research project in 2021 to determine our own fundraising capacity for the private side of this, and we determined that we had work to do. So we spent a lot of last year building out our own fundraising capacity, because a national fundraising campaign will be part of Confederation Center's fundraising effort on this. I had mentioned earlier the work with Lord Cultural Resources on our identity. And then in December of last year, we did a bit of a familiarization tour in Ottawa to make sure that the ministers of infrastructure, Canadian heritage, and so on were familiar with the project and understood the project. So we've been working on that for a number of months, and that culminated in February of this year, where we held our semi-annual board meeting in Ottawa. The Premier joined us. We had meetings with Minister LeBlanc from infrastructure, but that entire week we had meetings with Minister Qualtrough from Employment and Disability. We had meetings with Canadian Heritage. We held a very large, wonderful reception at the NAC with Alan Doyle performing, and created a lot of, I think, important attention on the project and on the importance of Charlottetown and the importance of the center's role in the city. I'll come back to those meetings, but I just want to take a moment for the design itself. So where we're at now, you can see Confederation Center, it's no secret, is there's a lot of barriers around the center. It's a hard place to get to if you're walking up from a cruise ship or a tourist just arrived. It doesn't look inviting. It's difficult to know what it is or to feel like it's a place you can go into. Even our own retaining walls and signage is a barrier.
The system has detected that a few lines are still connected to the conference and will attempt to disconnect them. If you wish to remain in the conference, please press star 1. 15.
And so even around on Grafton Street, it's still set up and away from the public. In 1964, when it was built, accessibility standards weren't what they are today, and it is a difficult building for some to get into. There's no question about it. Interestingly, the Memorial Hall entrance off of our amphitheater in the back was designed architecturally as the main entrance, right? The Coles building was supposed to be the parking lot for the theater. Patrons were supposed to walk around Province House and down into that amphitheater to enter into this grand Memorial Hall entrance. That was the design, and construction had already begun when the Coles building was saved. And so we are literally a place of back doors. Those Grafton Street, Queen Street, Richmond Street entrances are back doors. That's what they were. That's why it's awkward to go into these small doorways into such an enormous center. It is the worst art gallery entrance in the country. I don't mind saying that. And I'm not alone thinking that. It's difficult. So phase 2, Grafton Street side, it isn't actually what I'm here for today, but to see that we want this to become this. We're literally reaching out to the sidewalk to be more accessible to patrons, to be more visible so people can see what goes on and create this lobby space that is right on the sidewalk. And this goes along with the CADC plan for widened sidewalks there and so on. The art gallery entrance should look more like this. Again, a big, beautiful, bright entrance you can see into, you can see what it is, and you're compelled to go in and discover, you know, this significant place. So, but for phase 1, we're focused on the old library space, the entire stretch along Victoria Row. And the idea there is to create a National Culture Leadership Institute, and I'm going to explain what we mean by that, but it would have some significant impact on the city. So this is a concept of you can see the loading bay turned to orient off of Queen, a new structure built on the plaza, which is currently relatively unused, and then as we move down the street of Victoria Row, a very publicly accessible street-level entryway into the community pavilion, and still maintaining the original heritage structure, the large slate, but building in between those to create more programs for communities, and I'll talk briefly about those. We'd like to activate the roof. The entire project is leading with green. We are actually tomorrow submitting our federal application to the Green and Inclusive Communities Buildings Fund. We have a great opportunity for solar. We have 30,000 square feet of flat roof that's never in the shade. It's an obvious one. And certainly federal funding quite rightly leads with carbon impact right now. So we just finished our RET screen study, and the changes to this pavilion should reduce our carbon footprint by 49.5%, or over 1,000 tons. The space on a new rehearsal hall, we don't currently have a rehearsal room that's the same size as our stage. So that's awkward. When you're mounting very large shows, you can't rehearse in a space that's smaller than your stage. You have to use your imagination. So the idea is a space that could be used for that, but will have lots of other uses for the city in the meantime. The lobby off of Richmond Street would look like this, where it's, again, very accessible. And most of the programming in this building will fall into 3 categories. There's the new rehearsal hall. And I'm sorry, I'm going to go a bit quickly through here. There's really 3 programming components to this institute. The Charlottetown Forum, which builds off of the Simons Medal lecture. So each year we award the Simons Medal to a prominent Canadian. They're invited to talk about the state of Canada and its role in the world. Winners have included David Suzuki, Bob Ray, Murray Sinclair, and so on. We envision that as growing into a conference here to be a fall destination and a spring event where we further that idea of playing a role, being tied to Confederation, and talking about Canada's role in the world. An arts academy. We've had arts education programs for more than 40 years, but formalizing them and growing them and expanding them into this arts academy is part of this project. And finally, a development center for new Canadian work. Last year, of course, with the success of Telltale Harbor, was a wonderful example of creating new Canadian work that can continue to have a life. The center's actually created 85 original musicals in its lifetime. It's just that they often are created, they have one run, and then we don't hear them again. We're taking a new approach where we want to continue these to have a life and be part of our long-term revenue strategy. As we are with Telltale Harbor, we're in talks with other theaters now about presenting it. And of course, we own it, so there's some IP there. I'm not going to go through floor by floor, but suffice to say those 3 categories of Arts Academy has room for our choir. We plan to move the Skierman Family Studio from underneath the art gallery over into this space to have a much nicer, newer space. And then that will free up much needed space under the gallery for our permanent collection. The Charlottetown Forum, this cultural interpretive center, is where we can tell the full story of Confederation and invite all Canadians there to learn about our history, the history of Confederation, and as well as in partnership with All-Nue and the Mi'kmaq Confederacy, talk about the treaties and so on. The proposed funding sources for this. So it's a major project. The estimate is $65 million in construction. And we're estimating $5 million in sustainability costs and $1.5 million in the cost of raising that money over the next 5 years. We have the breakdown for the proposed sources is $30 million from the federal government, $20 million from the province of Prince Edward Island. Confederation Center will raise $16.5 privately, and we are looking to the City of Charlottetown for $5 million over 5 years. To contribute to this $71.5 million investment in the city. So it's a large capital project, it's a large ask, but the return on the investment is significant. Just go back. I should say where we're at with each of these conversations. We are submitting tomorrow our application to the federal government, to the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Project for $25 million. We have been working closely with Minister LeBlanc's office and the province as well, and we're optimistic about the federal and provincial funding. $25 million would come from the Green and Inclusive Communities program if that is successful, and the other $5 million federal would be split between ACOA and Canadian Heritage Canada Culture Spaces Fund. The $16.5 million of private funding, we are just now beginning that process. We've just finished our case for support. We're entering the quiet phase. We already have a few 7-figure commitments, so it's a good start. The idea is that once we raise 3/4 of that, we would do a national public fundraising campaign for the remainder. So once we get to about $12 million of our private, then we launch a national campaign to raise the other quarter. And the hope is that the City of Charlottetown can work with us on over 5 years. So there was the consultation that we did over the last 3 years. We now have these designs, and we are going to put them on public display March 14th. We're just designing exactly what that looks like. I think it'll be in the evening, but there will be an announcement coming soon about the exact time for further input on those detailed drawings. And I'll leave it at that. I'm sorry if I went over time.
Thank you, Steve. I know it's a big project, and I really appreciate your input. Councillor Twill?
Thank you very much, Steve, for your presentation. Just looking at your breakdown of proposed funding sources, so 30% or 30 million from the feds, 20 million from the province, 6.5, I believe, fundraising, 5 million from the city of Charlottetown, correct?
Yeah, 16.5 in fundraising. Yes.
16.5 in fundraising. If you look in recent years, have all the provinces continued to contribute financially to the vitality, whether it be from a capital or operating cost, to the Confederation Centre? Have they? That was the agreement when the Confederation Centre was first constructed. Has that now evaporated?
It has all but evaporated. Interestingly, it wasn't part of the original agreement. They came on gradually after.
Okay.
But yes, there was a time where at least all 10 provinces, if not the territories, were contributing, some up over 6 figures, to the annual operating. So there's never been a capital contribution after the initial build, but the provinces did contribute. At one point, Ontario was contributing $200,000 a year or more. That has all gone. Nova Scotia gives $10,000 a year. They're the only ones remaining at this point.
And of course, you mentioned Gail Lord, is it? Gail Lord, who's come up with the conceptual designs for the renovations, expansions, revitalization, or whatever, however you want to cut it. You're going to have a public showing here in the next couple of weeks. Is there alternatives to what you've just shown us? What happens if, there was just recently we had the public showing of around Province House, and we get hit with a barrage of criticisms and skepticism, and it's not what some people in our city and province are looking for. The conceptual design that you just showcased us, you did allude to the fact earlier there was, I believe, focus groups or public consultation. So is that consistent with what we saw here tonight?
Yeah, it is. So just to clarify, Lord Cultural Resources was only hired to do the work on our identity, not the construction.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is Abbott Brown construction firm, Abbott Brown, or architects, I should say, Abbott Brown Architects. After they received all the feedback from those sessions that we did in 2019 and 20, or 2018, 19, and 20, they took that and came up with the drawing. So yes, the public consultation is embedded in this. Like there were questions about, should we build another stage in there? Should it be a performance venue? Should it be a school? What should it be? Was what we were asking. So to answer your question, we want feedback from the public, but yeah, we're partway through this conversation. This isn't a new idea that we're putting in front of people to say, what do you think? This is, here's what you've told us we need. There's these rooms for new classes for seniors, new classes for kids, newcomers. There's places for different culture groups to tell their story and to host events for intercultural understanding. There's community rooms that different organizations can use or rent or occupy. So there's responses to the lists that people gave of what spaces are needed.
Okay.
Did we do everything? No, but it is a roll-up and a consideration of all those things. So we're not at the stage where we would drastically change, but can we move walls around? Can we change some considerations? Sure.
Okay, and just a final question for now. I'm sorry if I missed it, but where you currently have your art exhibit, is that going to change? Is that location in the Confederation Centre, is that going to change?
The art gallery?
Yeah, the art gallery, so that
Nope.
it's going to stay in the same.
Yep.
Yeah, the art gallery will remain. It will get more space because some of the functions in the basement will move over to here. to the old library space, but the art gallery is not going anywhere. The theater's not going anywhere,
Okay.
if that
thank you.
answers your question.
No,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Plus a redesigned entry, right, to make it more accessible.
Yeah, absolutely. And just but because of the costs, you know, two years ago, all of this work, the Victoria Row side and the Grafton Street side. So when I say Grafton Street side, I'm talking about that new art gallery entrance and the new theater entrance. All of that, with the Victoria Row work, 2 years ago, was quoted at $53 million. 18 months later, they said now it's $92 million. Well, we couldn't do that in one funding cycle with levels of government, so we had to do a phase 1 and phase 2. So now we're in phase 1 of Vic Row, because that's where we've got the empty library space and the most need. That's phase 1, and phase 2, the current estimate is $35 million, I think, on those 2 front entrances, but that's going to have to follow.
Okay, Councilman Tarrant.
Thank you. Just 2 quick questions. My first question is, as Councillor Tweel alluded to, is there collaboration with Province House in the historic revitalization around that property and with the Confederation Centre?
Very much, yeah. So we give heritage tours as part of our summer programming. It's actually our biggest point of engagement with Port Charlottetown. We offer a lot of heritage tours, and we're temporarily hosting the chamber replica of where the Fathers of Confederation met. We've been hosting that during the construction, and it's been such a positive relationship that there's a commitment from both us and Parks Canada to keep that relationship going. So we've had one of our main tour guides at their table with them as they revamp their tourist experience programming through Province House. And we have upcoming meetings in a few weeks about the plans for landscaping and the programming. So we're really working together with them.
Great, thank you. And my second question is regarding the funding proposal for this project. Is it contingent on all of those lining up and for approval for this project to go forward?
I think it's fair to say the project can't happen without the federal and provincial numbers, the 30 and the 20. And you know, the project will look very different if the city doesn't take part, or if we're not successful raising the 16.5. But the project needs the federal and the provincial to go ahead. So, you know, the ask of the city, to be more clear, is absolutely contingent on those being confirmed.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
Steve, thank you very much. Steve, again, that Charlottetown Province House Historic District, that's a CADC project, but
Correct.
it's work. Have you had any input into it? Confederation Center?
A colleague and me attended a couple of meetings back, I think, about the time the book came out. We definitely were asked to join at a couple of meetings where they shared this, and we're very excited about the idea of a historic district. I think, you know, we upon seeing the plans, thought, okay, as long as the perimeter lines up and matches with what we're doing, we have to work together on this. We can't be tearing up streets twice, you know. So we've had some good conversations with CADC about that fact, that we have to be in tandem. I'm not sure where that project is at for funding, but I was aware of some of the things Councillor Tweel alluded to, that you know, there's a bit more consultation going on now. So we're eager to work together on it. And I think that's, yeah.
Councilor Bernard.
Thank you, Rusty. It kind of flows into what you just asked, I guess. I was just wondering what the project timeline was for phase 1 of Victoria Road.
Sure. So thank you. If we're successful with funding, we're going to have schematic drawings done in a couple of months. Construction drawings are to be done June of 2024. We'd be shovels in the ground fall of 2024, with completion by spring of 2026.
Okay.
There's a commitment to not disrupting the Charlottetown Festival. So the lion's share of construction would be late September until May. And even then, we know there will be programming impact, but our goal is to operate completely
Get ready for tourism season.
during, absolutely for tourist season, but even through the winter. It's just that the whole backstage area will be impacted by the construction. So it's hard to know what that'll mean for Live at the Center, our winter programming. But we're definitely committed to the Charlottetown Festival. It has to continue each summer.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
thank you.
Thank you. And our tour of Province House last week, we saw that the tunnel between Province House and Federation Center is going to be blocked off.
Yeah, that was how that ended. We are no longer an escape hatch, I guess, if we once were.
Oh, it was used in 1994. I know that. Anyways,
Yeah, it's, yeah.
want to also thank you, Steve, for providing your facility for the reception center during Hurricane Fiona. I know that we passed each other's paths a couple of times, but publicly I want to say the reception center turned out very well for the downtown. So thanks for the
Well,
center.
it was
opening up.
great to see so many people in the center after the 2-year COVID run, I'm telling you. It was too bad the reason people were in the center. And thanks to Councillor Yankoff, who I know spent a considerable amount of that time in there, working at the table, supporting folks. So, no, we feel lucky. We've got a huge generator, so use us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So our next presenters, Mr. Sean Murphy with the Charlottetown Library Learning Center, and Stan McPherson, I think, is out there too. Thanks, Steve. Thank you. They're on their own. Welcome there, Mr. McPherson. Mr. Murphy. Constituents of Ward 1. Sean, you did send a letter to City Hall on the 21st of November. That was your first ask. Did you send it out to any of the new council members, or was it just sent to the office of the mayor and the CAO? Okay, thank you. So, no need for a major introductions. Sean Murphy and Stan McPherson from Stan McPherson Way down there on Water Street. Sean Murphy from our former MP of Charlottetown. So, Sean, I don't think I have to introduce anyone. You know all the councillors were elected, and the new councillors, Matart, McAleer, McKinnon, and Beck, and we'll let you take it over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I want to first of all thank you for allowing us to make this presentation this evening. I want to congratulate everyone here on their recent election, and especially the 4 new councillors. I wish you all the best during your mandate. With me here to my left is Stan McPherson. He's another member of the board of the Charlottetown Library Learning, Inc., and he will be doing the first part of the presentation, and I will be...
Sean, could you just put the mic, because Don is listening in, and then it's also live feed, just keep the mic close.
Okay.
We all want to hear you.
Okay. The ask tonight, and we'll be as brief as we can, Mr. Mayor. The ask tonight is further support for the capital costs of the new Charlottetown Library Learning Center, which, as I believe everyone is aware, opened on July 18th of last year. We do have circulated a deck with about, I think, 7 or 8 pages, which we will highlight to members of council. And attached to the deck is a recent article from the Edit magazine, which I think probably describes the Library and Learning Center better than Stan or I could do. It's a good article. It just highlights the tremendous facility this is for the downtown or the greater Charlottetown area. So I'm going to now turn it over to Stan, and he can start the presentation.
Thank you, Sean, and I'll add my congratulations and thanks to the council for having us tonight. I know we have a pretty full agenda there. First, just a bit of history on the Charlottetown Library Learning Center. Small, and I mean small, 6 people, I think, in total. About 3 years ago, under the leadership, quite frankly, of Don Allen from Downtown Business Association, got together and discussed the need for a new library here, because partly because Confederation Center had been anxious for years to move the library out of there so they could fulfill their own mandate. So we incorporated a not-for-profit organization. We got a charitable status number through CRA, which is no easy chore, and many of you have been through that. And then started the work on, some sort of a feasibility study as to what might be needed, and the type of facilities that were in other jurisdictions in the region, namely Halifax and even Summerside and Truro in the Maritimes. Fredericton and Moncton, I think, have followed suit as well. So we got together and we did a pretty comprehensive feasibility study, and basically on best practices on other new libraries, and a lot of planning, a lot of negotiation, a lot of back and forth to and fro with the federal government, the provincial governments, and finally entered into an agreement to buy the first floor of the Old Dominion building as a condo, as it were. And that would be the site of the new library. And I think you can probably appreciate trying to do something spectacular with a 68, 67-year-old building is not a real easy chore. And I have to commend the people who did the design and the work on something like this we'll get to later. But the financing of the facility, it came in at around $17.5 million, which was about $800,000 over budget. I think a couple of things to bear in mind on the overage is that it was done through the COVID years, and there was a scarcity of tradespeople and supplies and delays and that sort of thing. And the fact that you're working in a 67, 8-year-old building adds to the surprise element. Things popped up that we had no idea that might be there. So the financing consisted basically of a $6.3 million contribution from the federal government through ACOA, about 5.3 from the province of PEI, and a capital campaign for about $4 million, of which the city of Charlottetown did contribute 1.3 million of that. So if you look at that pie chart there, you'll see that the Government of Canada and the province of PEI have come to the table for about 73% of the total cost of this facility. And the capital campaign is divided into two. The city of Charlottetown has already contributed, and it is over time $1.3 million. And private citizens, foundations, businesses have contributed about 17.3% of the budget, and the city of Charlottetown about 8.3%. So, and we're a little short on the capital campaign, 600,000 short of the $4 million goal. And again, pretty understandable in that the COVID years were charitable organizations generally were really, really hard pressed to do the things they needed to do. And we did receive a big helping hand from people like the Rotary clubs as well as private citizens throughout the piece. And so here we are 3 years later, and the construction of the facility is, I regard it as somewhat miraculous. And I'll have to tell you, I live there and as a tenant in the building, so working on this committee was a bit of enlightened self-interest on my part. It was a pretty drab-looking place. But anyway, the lead architect was 9 Yards, a local firm, and Shaylin Murray, if a young lady I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Williams Murphy McLeod were the general contractor. And something that our small committee, our small group on the CLLC are eternally grateful for is that CADC agreed to take over the construction management of it and did, I think, a wonderful job, really, in very difficult circumstances. And, you know, when you're trying to do a 40,000 square foot renovation, as it were, with 4 floors of residential tenants above you and a law office on top of that, they don't take kindly to the kind of noise that happens for 2 or 3 years in a row. So there was a lot of stick handling around that, but I think the end result was certainly well worth it. And you know, I have to commend the architects and the contractors generally. I think they just did a wonderful job, and I think anybody who's been through it, as I know a number of you have, it really is quite a building and a credit to the city, and I think will be a real anchor. And I think the city of Charlottetown, for all it's a provincial facility, the city of Charlottetown, of course, is really, just by virtue of location, is the primary beneficiary of it. So back to you, Sean. And
Well, thank you very much, Stan. Just to talk about the success, this facility opened last July, as everyone is aware. We did have a grand opening. I think it had to be put off until, I believe, September, October. But it's fair to say that it's exceeded all expectations. It's a very, very busy spot. I'm sure a lot of you have been there and you've seen it firsthand. There's just a lot of people go through those doors every day. But it's very interesting to see the mix of people that come to the facility from all walks of life. It's interesting to see older people there reading the newspaper, reading the books. It's nice to see young parents with their children in the children's section, which is elevated. It's very nice. You see, it seems to be, it's interesting, sometimes a jam with students studying for their final exams, which kind of surprised me. And you see other people participate in a lot of the programs that the facility offers, and a lot of times you just see wanderers wanting to come in and get warm, and there's nothing wrong with that either, but it's an equalizer. It's one of the few places in the world where you don't have to pay any money to go in to visit the facility or to use the facility. So it's I would classify it as a game changer for the Charlottetown community. The community meeting spaces are very popular with a whole host of different organizations. They have a 2-tiered costing. Private business would pay quite a bit more than NGOs. And so it's been a very successful project and one that I think everyone in Charlottetown is pleased with and proud of. Just to go to the next page, some numbers. It's on average about 1,000 a day going through that facility, which is a lot of people. In August last year, you can see the bump up in the tourists come. That's one of their haunts too. They come to the library and they're probably used to it. When they visit Halifax and some of the other centers, we did have 33,000 there last August alone. Since they're open, they've had 250 different programs and information sessions, and they're increasing that all the time, and there was over 4,000 people attended those programs. So it's the bottom line, Mr. Mayor, members of council, it's a very busy spot, and it's one that's, I think, enjoyed by a lot of people in Charlottetown of this generation and generations to come. I should point out that the previous library opened about 59 years ago, probably before most of your council members were born, Mr. Mayor. And 59, okay then. So it was time for, but it's not a replacement of the library, as everyone is aware. It's a totally different concept. It's a learning center, and they've got things there. And I don't have time to go through all the 3D printing and everything else that's there, but you really have to go in and see it yourself. And the attached article that was published at the Edit magazine, I think, probably describes it better than I could. And it is, as I said previously, it's an equalizer. It benefits everyone. And there are people in this town, this city, and this community that can't afford a lot of things that other people can afford, but they can always afford to go to the library. So it does have a major difference in the lives of many people living here. It is, Mr. Mayor, I would submit to you and to your council that it is a legacy, and I just want to quote when Mayor Nenshi left office, and I'm sure you met him over the years. He was an extremely successful mayor of Calgary. He was asked what his greatest legacy was, and he was very quick to answer that his greatest legacy was the construction of the new Calgary Library. So that leads us, and we don't want to take a lot of time, but our ask is an additional $1 million capital contribution from the city, payable perhaps over 2 years. And we submit that it is a wise expenditure of taxpayers' dollars. I think it's one that the community would support. It's an investment in this community for today and tomorrow. And I believe, Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentation. We kept it brief, and if any of the members of your council have any questions, either Stan or I will attempt to answer them.
Okay. Councilor Matart, just one sec.
Mr. McPherson, for your presentation. My question is, you are looking for a $1 million capital investment over 2 years.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that the,
That's
all
the
you're
ask, yeah.
looking for is for a 2-year capital investment?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And as a result of that, what would this money be used for from a capital perspective? Is there ongoing projects that are still outstanding?
No, it would be to complete the project. It's there's a cost overrun right now.
So account for the cost overrun.
No, I think it's strictly for capital costs, not operating. I think it's worthwhile noting that the operating costs of this facility, for all its municipal, falls under the municipal guise, are totally handled by the province of
Obviously, I
PEI.
saw that, yeah.
Everything,
Okay.
top to bottom. So it's a good thing. And I think if the city were to make this further investment, it would take their contribution to the total project, the total capital project, to almost 14% of the project, which is about what the private sector have contributed. And the governments of PEI and ACOA have contributed 73%. So I think it would be a pretty equitable move on the part of the city to, let's say, do our share, sort of thing, so.
Did I understand the shortfall to be 600,000?
That was on their capital campaign. There was an overrun of $800,000 on the construction cost, which took it from the original estimate of about 16.7 million up to the final total cost of 17.5 million, roughly.
Great.
Sure.
Councillor Beck.
Thank you, Stan and Sean, for your presentation. Kind of tagging on to Councillor Matart, is the need over 2 years, or is the term movable, or is that a target that, does it have to be 2 years? Can it be a 4-year? Can it be a 5-year? Or does it have to be an immediate injection?
No, I think whatever meets the requirements of the city, I think we'd entertain a longer term if that were more appropriate from your budgeting basis. Stan, do you have anything to add?
I think, Norman, that there are other donors who have chosen to donate over time for their own budgetary reasons and so on. I think probably the longest of those is probably 4 or 5 years. Sean, is that about right? So, but if it's 2 or 3, it's we can swing the financing based on that commitment and go from there. So.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McAleer.
Just confirming, gentlemen, with your charitable status, I assume the dollars that you raise in the private sector, people are getting their charitable receipts and that.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And just on your stats, I don't expect perhaps you'd know this, but pretty, like with the number of visits daily and what have you here, and this pay, that must be quite a jump from where they were in the old spot.
Yes, there was a considerable increase, yes. Yeah. Although they were fairly busy in the old spot too, but then it is a considerable increase. Yeah.
Sean, Stan, I'm just looking around, I've seen no more questions, but Sean, I just see under CLLC next steps, libraries fall within municipal jurisdiction. You point out the Libraries Act and the Municipal Government Act of Prince Edward Island. I'm just doing a search on the MGA. Could you point out where it is in the MGA?
Yes, Your Worship, it's section 180.
180.
Page 92, actually.
Okay, just
And,
section 180. Okay. I'll look that up then. That's where it is, section 180.
Section
And-
180, section 180. My glasses on, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Section P.
180.
No, R. Section R, Mr. Mayor.
180R?
Yeah.
Okay. And I know Mayor Nenshi that he left a legacy, and that Calgary Learning Center cost him $245 million.
Yes.
It's quite a beauty.
It's a little different, but still, Calgary's a much bigger,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
it's probably 8 times as big as Charlottetown, population-wise.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And Stan, thank you. Stan.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, thank you very much, and we'll be getting back to you. Okay, do we have,
Appreciate your time, yeah.
thank you, sir. So we have Steve Logie for the last presentation from Tremploy, correct? And is he with anyone? Oh. Okay. Thanks, Stan. Thanks, Sean. $180.
The system has detected that a few lines are still connected to the conference and will attempt to disconnect them. If you wish to remain in the conference, please press star 1. 15.
Good evening there, Mr. Logie. Good to see you, sir. We've given you, you have 10 minutes. No, you should be all right. I think the councillors, the new councillors are Councillors Matart, McAleer, McKinnon, and Beck, and we have 6 returning councillors. Their name tags are on there. And I just see that your cohort is Teresa Hannaberry. I know Teresa way back in the Billy Langell days. Good to see you, Teresa. So if you're ready to start, we all right to go?
I think so. That's.
I just want to,
Okay.
okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
And as the mayor said, I'm Steve Logie, and I'm a volunteer member of the Trempealeau Capital Campaign. And with me is Teresa Henneberry, who is our chair of the Capital Campaign Committee and a board member at Trempealeau. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Just a little bit about our journey to be here tonight. We had approached the city back in the fall of 2022, pre-election, I guess, reached out to the mayor and my councillor at the time, Mike Duffy, about a contribution towards our newly launched capital campaign for our Trempealeau facility that we'll be talking about tonight. It was proposed at the time to be $50,000 over 5 years. And of course, there was an election. I guess you guys would be quite familiar with that. And post-election, I again reached out to the city and chair of the new finance committee, John McAleer, and they invited us here this evening. So we're pleased to be here. I'm going to turn things over to Teresa. Try and follow along on the slides here.
Thank you, Steve. Can you hear me? Yes. Last spring, I became the volunteer chairperson of the Trempealeau Capital Campaign, and I can assure you with 100% confidence that there was no lineup for that job. In July, we launched a capital campaign with the goal to raise at least $1 million to support the construction of our new modern facility, the Trempealeau Skills Development Centre. I will give you some background information about Trempealeau. I'll discuss our new facility and why it is needed. And then I will share some information about our capital campaign. Our presentation will be short, leaving time for your questions and discussions. So now, let's get started. Trempealeau is a registered charity that supports adults with intellectual disabilities by providing meaningful work opportunities. Trempealeau's philosophy is that every client has the right to be as productive and self-sufficient as possible and to participate in our community in a meaningful way. Trempealeau gives our clients a sense of purpose and makes our community more inclusive. We all need a sense of purpose in life, and our clients are absolutely no different. Trempealeau's name is a combination of the 2 words that are at the heart of our mandate, training and employment. Each year, Trempealeau provides day programming, one-on-one support, and employment assistance services to 125 individuals in the Charlottetown area. 75 of our clients work at our current location on Raiders Road, which is close to Charlottetown Rural, and 50 work in a variety of community placements, such as retail outlets, golf courses, farms, greenhouses, and post-secondary institutions, just to name a few. Trempealeau clients are all over the age of 18, and there is no upper age limit. At the last AGM, one of our clients was recognized for his 45 years of work at Trempealeau. Trempealeau operates as a social enterprise. Most of our customers are businesses. We operate a busy wood shop that produces a number of products, including steaks for businesses, Last year, we made 82,000 steaks for 65 customers. We operate a mailroom that provides a number of really important services, including stuffing envelopes for the 3 major municipalities, including the water bills for the city of Charlottetown. We assemble screening and startup kits for Health PEI. For example, the colorectal screening kits, insulin startup kits, and COPD kits, just to name a few. We assemble tags for WasteWatch. We cut styrofoam inserts for the PEI companies that produce and distribute animal vaccines. And last year, during the potato wart crisis, we labeled potato bags for farmers. And we also assemble visitor packages for Tourism PEI. Recently, Tremploy launched Project Search, which is an internationally recognized transition to work program for youth with intellectual disabilities who have recently exited the secondary school system. As part of Project Search, and in partnership with Health PEI, Tremploy is supporting its second group of 8 interns at the QEH who gain valuable work experience and skills in various hospital departments during their 9-month placement. Under contract with the province, Tremploy also offers other employment-related programs in the form of Career Bridges and Passport to Employment. These programs focus on essential skills and job readiness training for adults who want to reintegrate into the workforce or want to change their career. Tremploy has a tremendous impact on our clients, their families, and our community. Tremploy provides training and skills development in a safe and inclusive environment. Clients have a sense of purpose and meaningful work. Tremploy makes our community more inclusive, more fun, and more vibrant. Clients and families make social connections and lifelong friendships at Tremploy. Families know that their adult son or daughter with an intellectual disability has a really good future at Tremploy. Day programming supports families to keep their loved ones at home by allowing parents or caregivers to go to work. 20 of our clients live in residential facilities, and this means that 85% of our clients live in the community with their family or with their loved ones. I believe this is the most powerful indicator that demonstrates the true impact of Tremploy. Steve is going to jump in now and share some of his personal observations.
Yeah, perhaps I can speak to the impact on clients and family from a more personal level. I have a daughter, Rachel, who has Down syndrome, who lives with us at home, and she's nearly 30, big birthday coming. She's keeping a list of who to invite, and I'm pretty sure it'll be triple digits by the time we're done here. But, you know, when Rachel completed high school, the question Rachel faced and the question our family faced was, what comes next? I can tell you that it's a scary, gut-churning time for her and for Lori and I. And thank goodness for the services provided by Tremploy. While Rachel did work at the Tremploy facility for a while, today she works at 2 different businesses here in the Charlottetown area, where she works 4 full days per week for about half the year and a couple of days per week the balance of the year. She is a confident and happy person with a social calendar that would be hard to beat. She loves to go to work. She loves it. She just loves it. She attends the staff parties and has made friends on the job. She's learned many new skills on the job, I think probably surprising those that she works with and even herself. Work gives her a sense of purpose and being included, being productive, social connections, having fun. And as a parent, well, I'm sure you all know how good it feels when your children are happy and content. And Tremploy played a very important role in who Rachel is today. They help source work from willing employers, work with the employers to train her for daily responsibilities and tasks, coached Rachel, and acted as an ongoing liaison with employers to ensure strong performance was maintained. Where would Rachel and her family be without Tremploy, and where would the 150 or so clients be without Tremploy, and the others to come? Indeed, Tremploy has a tremendous impact on its clients and families and communities.
Thank you, Steve. Just a bit more about Tremploy. We have 38 staff and an annual operating budget of $1.5 million. There are 15 families on our wait list for service. For additional context regarding the need and the demand for services, the Canadian incidence of diagnosed autism spectrum disorder in youth aged 17 and under is estimated to be 1 in 50. 1 in 700 births is a child with Down syndrome. The current Raiders Road facility was built in the 1960s. The building does not meet accessibility standards and was not designed to meet the increasingly complex needs of our clients today. For example, Tremploy has to provide more one-on-one supports to individuals. We need more room and larger rooms to accommodate equipment needs of clients. We need an accessible shower, and we have more clients in wheelchairs, and we want these clients to be able to access our entire building. Also, there are occupational health and safety issues, as we do not have a sprinkler system. In 2020, after an extensive analysis and consultation, the board decided the most prudent option from both a cost and a programming perspective was to construct a new facility, a facility that will continue to be owned and operated by Tremploy. Deciding to build a new state-of-the-art facility was a huge decision for the board. It was scary and daunting because we were a group of volunteers making a significant financial commitment for a registered charity. Our biggest fears related to impacting services to clients and encumbering the organization with debt. However, the board was reminded of Ralph Waldo Emerson's famous quote, "What we fear doing most is usually what we most need to do." So, fast forward to today, 2023, the new 24,000 square foot Tremploy Skills Development Center is under construction in the PEI Biocommons Research Park. The new facility will meet current and future needs of clients. It will meet safety and accessibility standards, while also being more energy efficient. The new facility will allow Tremploy to provide more services to more clients. We're now going to show just a short video clip that's going to show some photos of our clients at the sod turning and some pretty neat drone footage of the new facility. The Tremploy Skills Development Center will result in a significant expansion in our social enterprise opportunities. The woodshop will have state-of-the-art school-grade safety equipment that will allow Tremploy to diversify in this area. The kitchen will be of commercial grade, meeting safety standards, allowing us to expand our food service options to businesses and to the general public. The mail service area will have more room and proper equipment to improve workflow processes and overall productivity. The construction cost of the new facility is $9.5 million, which is 30% higher than the initial architect's estimates. Tremploy was grateful to receive federal and provincial funding under a national infrastructure program, $2.4 million from the federal government and approximately $2.25 from the province, with Tremploy being responsible for the remaining costs of construction, which is just over 50% of the total cost. The province has purchased our Raiders Road location as of last March, so now we are a tenant in our building. In addition, Tremploy had a sizable capital reserve that it took us decades to accumulate, which still left a shortfall of just over $1 million. The board was not prepared to encumber the organization with a $1 million mortgage, and we absolutely would not entertain any reduction in service to our clients. As part of our financing package for the new facility, at the official sod turning ceremony last July, a capital campaign was launched to raise at least $1 million, the first fundraising campaign that Tremploy has had in over 50 years. When the campaign was launched, we chose not to engage professional fundraising support. This means that 100% of all donations go directly towards the construction and fit-up of the new facility, and we're really proud of this. An anonymous donor agreed to cover all the transaction costs associated with our campaign, allowing 100% of all donations to be allocated to construction costs and thereby eliminating any administrative fees. We established a volunteer capital campaign committee that was comprised of 5 board members, and we asked 3 community members to join us in our efforts. And in beautiful, typical PEI fashion, all 3 people that we asked said yes, and one of them is the gentleman to my right. So thank you, Steve. We've had other learnings along the way. We know there is competition in a very sophisticated PEI fundraising landscape. Being a group of committed and focused volunteers has been a learning experience. We have learned that businesses, organizations, families, and individuals who can identify with or relate to the wonderful work of Tremploy have been generous in supporting our campaign. We know there are numerous private and family foundations in Canada that are generous in their support of the community and charitable sector. We continue to explore some of these opportunities. The benefit of our campaign goes beyond raising funds. Raising awareness about the good work of Tremploy has been a real positive of our campaign. Lastly, we gained a deep appreciation of the value of owning our own building. Had we not owned the building on Raiders Road, we would not have had the necessary equity to leverage the federal and provincial infrastructure funding. So, how are we doing? We are pleased to report that the building is on time and on budget. To date, we have raised $752,000. We are pleased and proud of our progress. We have a way to go in order to reach our goal. We will not conclude our campaign until we have reached or exceeded our target of raising at least $1 million. Put another way, we simply cannot afford to not reach our target. We recognize that City Council has to identify priorities as part of your budget process. We know the city's budget must be prudent in addressing the needs of the community. We hope that Council will consider that Tremploy plays an essential role in our community and the fact that it is making an historic and significant infrastructure investment in our city in the form of the Tremploy Skills Development Centre. As part of your budget discussions, please consider that Tremploy is positioning itself to better meet the current and future needs of adults with intellectual disabilities while making our community more inclusive. We would ask the city to support our request for a multi-year investment in Tremploy's new home. In closing, thank you for your interest in Tremploy and for the opportunity to share our great story. And we will now be open for questions. Thank you.
Teresa, Steve, thank you very much. I know Rachel. She's a very active person in the community and always has a smile. Councillor Twill.
Well, thank you for your presentation. We've heard 4 presentations here tonight, all of them good. This is my favorite one. So I just want you to know that. You have my full support.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Teresa
Councillor
and
Beck.
Steve. It was very well done presentation. Just to clarify, 50,000 per year for 5 years or 50,000 over 5 years, so like 10,000 times 5?
We're requesting $50,000 over 5 years, but we would take $50,000 a year.
Okay, Norman,
I
thanks for that,
figured you
Norman.
would. I figured you
Any,
would.
any more suggestions,
That
Norman?
would take care of
Yeah.
the rest of your capital campaign.
Councillor
in
Beck,
one
any
fell
more
swoop.
suggestions?
No, seriously, it's
No.
50,000, a total donation, investment of $50,000
Yeah.
spread over up to 5 years.
That's what I thought.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
No. Councillor McAleer just wants to get, he's the chair of finance.
Thanks for your presentation. I wasn't real familiar with the full intimacies of the Tremploy, anyway, very powerful, very good. You're going to 24,000 square feet, and what's your square footage now? Is that quite a? Not that.
I don't know the exact square
Yeah,
footage of
but
the
it-
building, but we also run we rent space at Sherwood Business Center for the Career Bridges and Passport to Employment programs. So we are going to be bringing that in-house. So that is will be a bonus for our organization. But our space is just really way too small right now, but.
And will it allow you with your the folks that use it to be able to do some things that you're not doing now in terms of services and this sort of?
We're certainly looking, we will be expanding our woodshop offerings, and that will provide more diversity for our current clients. Our kitchen is going to be really state-of-the-art, it's going to be awesome. We are looking at opportunities that we would be able to expand our social enterprise, including possibly food, prepared food kits. So it will be more variety for our clients, and some of our clients will really benefit from that because we're limited in what we can do now, and it does become monotonous for some people.
When do you hope to be in or have it finished?
We'll be moving in the summer. The construction, the completion date is set for June.
Okay, and Teresa, you hit on 2 big pillars, social enterprise. The work you do goes back, any profits goes right back into the organization. There's no dividend shares like Maritime Electric. And then there's also the inclusion factor, which is really a big part of what we're trying to do as a city, equity, inclusion, and diversity. And I do want to say that during the election, I did get my 250 post from your organization. That I'm not in conflict. Election's over, so well done. It was great work from your clients. So thank you very much for the presentation. Very well done.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to just take a bio break, I'm just going to get some water. Yeah, well, if you have to go to the washroom.
Anytime, yeah. It can be at night, anytime, whenever it's convenient. Yeah, thank you.
Hey.
I appreciate that.
How are you? Thanks for your time.
It's really a great space.
Sean, how are you?
Yeah.
Good.
Some of the money.
I was told I could see that for next part.
Yeah. It's the happiest place.
Big impact everyone's
So I just want to thank you for the great questions during the presentations. I know that they were very welcome that we had them in here to present their ask. And under item number 5, we have a motion to move into a closed session as per section 119 subsection 1B, E, and F of the Municipal Government Act of Prince Edward Island. B is information received in confidence, which, if disclosed, would likely be prejudicial to the municipality or parties involved. E, a matter still under consideration on which the council has not yet publicly announced a decision and about which discussion in public will likely prejudice a municipality's ability to carry out its negotiations. And F, the conduct of existing or anticipated legal proceedings or the review of legal advice. I need someone to move and second that resolution. Yeah, just I wanted to get moved by Councillor Beck, seconded by Deputy Mayor Yankov. Councillor Tweel. And Councillor Tweel, I'm just going back to the procedural bylaw. There are sections under Section 37 about speaking to a resolution. Your first time, you have 5 minutes to speak to the resolution. Then the second time is your second and only last time to speak. That's 3 minutes. So I just want to make sure you have that understood.
Is there a reason why you're telling me that?
Oh, and I'm telling you and council. Thank you.
Oh,
You're-
you know, but you referenced me.
Yeah, the mic's open. You can go.
No, but was there a reason why you singled me out?
Yep.
What was it?
Because you asked the question, I'm always cutting you off, so I'm just outlining the rules under the rules and procedural bylaw.
Well,
Section-
the last time you did cut me off.
Yep.
And I still had 3 minutes.
You can't
3
go by
minutes.
that because that's 5 minutes.
No, but
No,
but I mean, yeah,
Okay.
you know what? I totally disagree with your assessment.
Okay.
In fact,
So-
I view it as a cheap shot.
Did you want to speak to the resolution?
do.
Go ahead.
Back when we called for the forensic audit, I was the one that championed that cause. And we said, and no one disagreed, that when the forensic audit was completed, that we would release it simultaneously to the community, and that there wouldn't be any hesitation. There was no, at that time, there was no consulting with senior management or consulting with the city solicitors, that the facts, as the facts are, would be released to the community without any hesitation whatsoever. So, Mr. Mayor, having said that, I will be voting no to go to a closed-door session, consistently with what I did at the last time we went behind closed doors. So I will be voting no.
Okay, Councillor Duran.
That's the same type of question I'm going down. I'm just wondering now, I've had time to read over the report, and some of the complaints, name certain people in this type of thing. And I'm wondering, is there a conflict here with say a person make a recommendation when you're named in what we're going to discuss?
Well, we have legal counsel but Councillor Duran, first of all, we're voting to go into a closed session on the BDO report. So that's where our questions should be focused.
So you can't discuss that?
When we go into the closed session, that can be brought up.
You can't deal with it now?
No, because it's a report that's still in closed session. And hopefully tonight, this report will be released.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Councillor Tweel.
The report tonight will be released. What version are you referring to?
That's what we'll discuss. So I have a resolution on the floor. Councillor Bernard.
It's my understanding, and maybe this is not the place to have discussion, but it's my understanding that we don't own the report. Someone else owns the report.
We'll find that out.
We can't release it if we want to, unless we have their permission.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
And that's why we have a lawyer here to discuss this with us, to get legal opinion.
Yeah,
That's why we're going into a closed session, because it's
and-
legal advice.
very good points. I just want to focus back on the agenda. Resolutions on the floor. Councillor Tweel, go ahead. Your second time.
You know what? It's not up for us to be the judge and jury of this report. Okay, this report was paid for, bought and paid for by the taxpayer. So there was no indications whatsoever when this report was, when we voted by resolution for a forensic audit, that we would be in this so-called dilemma now to go behind closed doors to discuss the merits of the report. There was never any of those conditions,
Okay.
any of those obstacles
Yeah.
presented to council. There was never any of that, Councillor Bernard.
Okay. We have a resolution on the floor.
But we soon found out that there was.
So there's a resolution on the floor. Is the question called? Question's called. Okay, all those in favor? Moving into the closed session, please raise your hand. Okay, all those against? Four, it's 4-4. It's tie. I vote to go into closed. I break the tie.
Just a clarification.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, just a clarification, please. So it was a 4-4 tie.
Oh, excuse me. Just let's do that over again. All those in, yeah, all those opposed, please raise your hand. Deputy Mayor Yankoff, Councillor Twill, Councillor McCabe, Councillor Durant. All those in favor, Beck, McKinnon, Matart, McAleer, and Councillor Bernard. It goes into closed session. 5-4. Yes. Okay. Mistake made and mistake corrected. Okay. Procedure. Where's that? Got more papers up here. Can I just get that one, please? Thank you. Okay. Don't have to do the land acknowledgement. Ready? Good? Good? Call to order. Okay, we're coming out of a closed session, declarations of conflict of interest, approval of agenda. We have one item. Sue, it's the item to, can you read it aloud, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by Councillor John McAleer, seconded by Councillor Julie McCabe. Be it resolved that the BDO Forensic Audit Report titled Investigation of Whistleblower Complaint for the City of Charlottetown, dated February 6, 2023, be accepted and acted upon by the City of Charlottetown. And with the written consent of the report's author, BDO, that the full report be released immediately to the public with only those redactions required to meet the city's disclosure obligations pursuant to the Municipal Government Act and the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, RSPEI 1988, Cap F 15.01.
Okay. Questions, Carl? I have some questions. Councillor McCabe?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just want to make a statement. I did put this seconded the motion to get it to the floor tonight, and I want to justify my explanation a little bit in the sense of, a redacted report to clarify that it was only information redacted to protect under the FOIP legislation. It was not. And I'm just clarifying this, no redactions were made to alter interpretation of the results of this report at any point. And from my understanding, had we not used a redacted report, it could have taken quite a long time before this would have ever been released to the public, because notice to business and different things would have had to happen. And we were very clearly told that could take up to years, and this report would never be released. For me, the priority was that we get this report out the door as fast as we can, and people, the residents that we are accountable to, can see the report. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Councillor McCabe. Deputy Mayor Alana Yankoff.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I guess I don't have much more to add. Councillor McCabe stole my thunder and said basically what I was planning to say, so I can just leave it at that I will be definitely supporting this version of the report to get out to the public to stop any more delays than we already have. Thank you.
Councillor Twill.
Well, I certainly don't want to delay getting the report out to the taxpayers. However, I would like to make an amendment to the report that we release the report in its entirety. Resolution's on the floor, and make a friendly amendment to release the report in its entirety, and we can send that full report out to the community tonight as we speak. So, Mr. Mayor, I move that amendment.
That's not an amendment, that's a new resolution.
No, sir, it's an amendment, sir.
No.
No.
Sue, could you please
No.
read over the resolution? Just let her read it over. You have it here?
The resolution as it reads now is that the BDO Forensic Audit Report titled Investigation of Whistleblower Complaint for the City of Charlottetown dated February 6, 2023 be accepted and acted upon by the City of Charlottetown, and with the written consent of the report's author, BDO, that the full report be released immediately to the public with only those redactions required to meet the city's disclosure obligations pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, and the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, RSPEI 1988, Cap F 15.01.
And Karen, as our solicitor, again, this is about the redacted report. What Councillor Twill is asking, this is a new resolution? Clarification?
Yeah, I think there would be an impediment to making that change because the consent that you need from BDO to release it, the city would not have.
Yeah. So the resolution that we have on the floor has to be voted on. If Councillor Twill wants to put another resolution on the floor, then that could follow. But the resolution is on the floor, and I have Councillor Duran to speak to it also.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. I just asked council today, I know we're we're in a crunch, we want to get it out there. I'm just asking not to redact anything. There's a process in place. We can go through it. It won't take that long. Our CAO has said they could work on it to do the proper legal justification, but I certainly will not support any type of redaction going into this resolution. Thank you.
Councilor McAleer.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'd just like to say, again, being new to the process and new to council, I was expecting this this BDO report to be somewhat, public, looking for information. I know it's been in the media a lot, and a lot of pressure, and this has been over the last couple of weeks now. I was certainly expecting. I didn't know what to expect from the residents and the public, but I can honestly say I didn't have. I had one email, and I had one phone call, and I didn't take that as residents weren't interested or not caring. I don't know for certain, but my guess on it is they were probably respectful of of the process, which I think we've gone through. I feel good about it. There's no winning with some of this, I guess, but I just feel that I feel good about the resolution and the process that we've gone through, and I just like to share that those sentiments with you. Thank you.
Councilor Bernard.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I will agree to send this out the way it is. We've had all kinds of legal opinions. The lawyers been at this, I think, there's 3 or 4 nights now. So that this is the quickest way to get it out by following our legal advice. And our understanding is if it doesn't go out, and the redactions are not heavy. And you read through the report. So I'm going with the legal advice. And that way we can get the report out tonight. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councilor Norman Beck.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too do support the getting the information out released in its redacted form. I think there are a few points that are important. Is that we needed the time to hear a legal perspective on the FOIP issues that were identified as being potentially problematic. We got that. We took the time to process that, to hear the legal advice, which is important in guiding us on decisions like this. The first page of this report says that names, identifiable attributes, and references to private parties in the report have been redacted. The essence of the report is still there. The recommendations of the report are still there. There's still lots of information that is there for the general public to get the meat of this report. What is satisfied is satisfying the protection of privacy, which is part of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. It's a comprehensive act. It's not just freedom of information, it is also protection of privacy. And I think that's an important step that we have gone through in taking the time to address those issues before releasing it to the public. I'm very confident in what we have right now. I think I share the sentiment of everyone here. Let's get the information out so that we can act upon it, improve our practices, improve our work, whatever we have to do to make things better on a go-forward basis. But I think the attention to detail has been careful. I think we've been diligent in how we've approached it, and I think the time has come for us to move forward, get this information out there, and carry on. Thank you.
Councilor Drawn.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. In all due respect, Councillor McAleer, you might have had a call and an email. This has been a 4-year-long delay. It's been ever evolving for myself. It's been a long process. I can't go outside my door to the store where people come up to me and discuss this. I've emails, phone calls. It'd be in the thousands. I've had people come to my house and say that. So I know it doesn't affect you as an incoming councillor, but it affects me. And at the end of the day, we read a couple of things. This is not redacted, but there's one sentence in all of this report, and it says, "The transactions raised in the complaint are generally confirmed to have occurred." So that's a 4-year battle of getting this here, and it's a 4-year battle of getting it out to the public. And again, I have to say, I am not in favor of unredacting or redacting anything. I think the public needs to have the truth, name names, get everybody involved, and if the city or the corporation did something wrong, then we'll fess up and be accountable for it. And that's all I have to say, and thank you.
Councillor Matard.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I will, a lot of sentiments here tonight on the report. Where I feel is that over the past number of weeks, we have been reviewing the report and having many discussions. I'm happy with the process that we followed. I think we've done our due diligence. I think we had a statutory obligation to the Freedom of Information Privacy Protection Act to do that. So for that reason, we've had lots of legal advice to support moving forward with the report tonight in the redacted version. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matard. Councillor Twill, this is your second time.
Well, no, I moved an amendment, but you were instrumental in not having that amendment go
So
forward,
please,
Mr. Mayor.
please speak.
So, I too, like Councillor Duran, I mean, everywhere I go, people are talking about it. I was at a wake yesterday. As I was going through the wake, 2 or 3 folks said to me, I hope the city of Charlottetown is going to release that report. It's our report, we paid for it. Those are the facts. I too have been confronted by residents all over the city, and they want the full report. One of the things I learned here tonight was senior staff, solicitors, I suppose, were discussing redacting the report with the authors of the forensic audit, but there's no mention of releasing the report without being redacted. That's what I took from the discussion that we just held. So you can cut the cards whatever way you want. You can hide behind redaction, you can hide behind FOIP, you can hide behind liabilities, and even our solicitors talked about liabilities and the probability of the city of Charlottetown being sued. We're sending out mixed messages to the community. We spent a lot of money in this report. $250,000 to $300,000 was spent in this report. The residents have a right to know. Let's release the full report. I am not going to vote for a report that's redacted in any which way, shape, or form. The residents deserve better.
Thank you, Councillor Twill. Councillor Twill, I did phone up to Finance. I believe the progress payments made to BDO are up to $230,000. And this goes back to October, so a lot of time, 10,000 documents, and $230,000, probably with some more invoices to come. Councillor McAleer.
Just Councillor Drown, Councillor Twill, all due respect, I don't want to, I know both councillors, you've been around this issue for a long time, and I understand the passion and your sentiments around it, so I didn't want to take my comments as being flippant, but it was just, I was really expecting, because I haven't been hiding, been out in the public and around the Canada Games and whatever, just doing what I normally do. And I just kind of kept waiting for, and perhaps maybe I'm viewed as not being close to it or wasn't part of the history, but that's, and forgive me if, anyway, you feel different, but anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor McAleer. Councillor Bernard.
Thank you, Worship. Just a couple of things. I think Councillor Beck said it out eloquently, but you know what, Your Worship? We've been told time and time again to put out the report unredacted puts the city corporation in a libelous situation. The report's not changed, and I think that's one thing that's very important, is that the report itself is not changed. And I think the BDO did a very good job of their investigation, and I like the fact that there's a recommendation of every item that they looked at. They have a recommendation coming back to the city that will, I assume, will follow. But I think the report doesn't change. I think that's important. And so, anyway, Your Worship, we've been told enough times, if it's not redacted for the privacy policy, then it opens up the city corporation to liabilities, and I think we have a responsibility as elected officials to not only our constituents, but the corporation. So, thank you.
So, no, Councillor Twill, that's the third time. We're moving on. No, Councillor Twill, I just want to say, this has been a huge issue for the city. And if you look at the recommendations, there are recommendations to make changes to our processes, no different than the forensic audit that we did back in 2002 with ABCE, and we made significant changes back then. This is requiring more significant changes in how we do our business. So I think it's a path forward. Question's been called. All those in favor, please raise your hand. So I have, okay, all those against? Councillors Twill and Duran against, and the remainder of council, excluding Councillor Ramsey, in favor, 7-2. So the other item on the agenda is to move to adjournment. Is there a move to adjourn? Okay, all in favor? Thank you.